Okay. Hi, it's me, Poison. And you're watching me do this, which involves a dual disc right now. Why? Because I wanted to. Why have dual disc? Why not have dual disc? Hello, Proto. Hello, Douglas. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm going to calibrate my face tracking so it's actually pointed the right direction. There we go. Yeah, no, we had OBS crash like 3 times before stream started, but it should be working now. Windows Defender anti-malware is a virus upon this earth. It keeps on running scans even though I told it not to. And hello, Silver Sun. I hope you're doing well. We're gonna be working on a Cottagecore-esque Vroid model. It's a dual disc from Yu-Gi-Oh! I have this one is one that I skinned myself. I got the base model from Sketchfab, and then I reskinned it with my own textures. It's from a cartoon slash card game. And it's sometimes, you want a prop. And this time I wanted to have a dual disc. We had a gun last time. This time we have a dual disc. I wish that I could like fully animate my hand to play the card game like this, but it's a semi-functional prop because if you look at this, I did make the number on this slightly glow, but actually placing cards on it would require a lot more effort. Ah. Uh, organize my things back. But hi. Yeah, so today we're gonna be working on that Cottagecore model that we were like doing some concept art for yesterday. Um, and then we'll export it. I already have Unity up if we get through it fast, though it might be something that gets finished like off stream. Like I think we'll probably finish the design part on stream. It just depends on how fast we get through it. Because I don't imagine it's going to take me too long. I was originally going to just make a reskin model, but I decided to just go ahead and make a full cottagecore mushroom like witch vibe, which I think I'm going to like more in the end anyways. But it does mean that I'll have to redo the like hair rigging and everything. So that's fun. Let me set up my monitor so we can go ahead and look at what we have done so far. If you see the thumbnail on YouTube, that's pretty much what we have and what we're working on. But let's go ahead and go to the live scene. So we're going to be working on this model, getting this cottagecore mushroom witch in working order. The Stephanie and Jessica snakes are going to be mushroom colored. So we're going to do like a red snake with white polka dots. And that I'll probably do in Unity because I already have everything mapped out for the shaders in Unity. I just have to transfer them because even though these are like longer, the texture that's on them is the same. And I did have to lower my ponytail down instead of doing a high pony like my hair is now. This one is more of a low pony, but one of the nice things about where this is coming out of the head, I'll show you. Is the way that this is going to animate is probably going to be so much cleaner than my high pony. Let's... do a spin. Like, that's a really clean pathing for the hair. That's looking through my face. I might have to add like a plane up top to make it to where it doesn't go too high up. But we're gonna probably start with doing the makeup. This hat is gonna have mushroom polka dots on the top and then mushroom gills on the bottom. The bottom part of this outfit is gonna be done in Unity because it's gonna be mostly just textural edits. I'm probably gonna clean up the red that's on these sleeves to like give it a more like right now it's a color shifted leaf texture that's right here, and I'm gonna switch it just to be the mushroom texture. We're gonna do a similar glassy effect that we have here on the model I'm using to speak. So we're keeping a lot of stuff the same, but we got rid of the hood and we added this hat, changed the hair up. One of the nice things is that the hat's actually got separation of the textures, so the bottom part can be a different color from the top. And I just gotta like color the band and stuff. But I think we're gonna end up with something that looks pretty good. The order of operation of which we're gonna do things, more than likely, is gonna be makeup, hat, shading on the top, and then it should be ready for export. And we're gonna probably go for like a ruby belt and ruby necklace. Ruby or garnet. And I'm also gonna have these be ruby shaded too. But yeah, we're gonna go for like this very nature cottagecore witchy vibe. We are also gonna incorporate the things we did yesterday with the makeup, which is why we're starting with that while it's still fresh on my mind. I don't know why that was stuck in my head earlier, but it just popped into my head. Also, I do just love that I have a dual disc on for no reason. Am I gonna play a card game? I don't think so. Do I still just enjoy having a dual disc? It's the ADHD of it all. And I do have a magic effect on my fingers that's causing me to throw rose petals. I might actually, I might end up moving me towards the center here because I'm also streaming to mobile, in which case I might put me right here. That way I stay on screen for if anyone's watching me on the mobile device and it's not just like the center part, because the center part might not always have something on it, especially when I get to doing editing the textures. But yeah, my high pony was pushed down to be a low pony. We made Jessica and Stephanie way longer because when I dropped the ponytail, I could have kept them a little bit higher, like up here, but I felt like it just looked better for them to moved down a bit more. I'm probably gonna also need to make them way stiffer. Face. Edit. We're gonna start with the eyelids. Make sure I hit the mirror tool. And I already set up my draw pad. I was responsible. Sometimes I don't have... Oh, you know what? I figured it out. I figured out why the dual disc. The dual disc represents my draw pad. And with Pot of Greed, I get to draw 2 more pads. I'm trying to turn my chair in a way that like when I draw, I don't face away from my face tracker because oftentimes I'll be like, which is completely out of shot for my like, and I'll notice. Okay, I'm gonna pull the eye closer to the center of the screen, and I'm gonna go over to this. I want this entire box to pretty much make up this section. There we go. And oh, new layer. I want to choose like a super dark red because this is going to be the eyelid. Make sure nothing is highlighted. I'm going to take an eraser. And then I'm going to take a little bit of a brighter red. I'm just going to kind of get this top part. And I'm going to take a blur tool. And I kind of want to just like, I want the edge of this to be very like blurred out and transparent. Not that big. This is just the eyelid part. Oh. Okay, yeah, that's not anything in spot. And the main thing that this texture affects is when my eyes are closed. So we're gonna hit exit here. And then I'm gonna close the eyes, make sure when the eyes are closed, that looks decent. Because it's basically the texture that gets stretched. Closed eyes. Okay. That looks like it works. Next becomes the eyeshadow part, which is the part that's going to come up here. Face paint. Let's see. Edit. I think I can add a lot of this back in. I'm gonna take away these two layers, I think. Yeah. Delete and delete. And then I'm gonna add a new layer. And this layer is gonna be the primary thing for the eyeshadow. Make sure it's mirrored. Zoom in here. And we can be pretty bold with these brush strokes at the start, because I want to cover the entire area that I want to get. Turn the head to the side. I'm going to follow this down. And I think I can go as far down as that. We want to stay below that like contour line. But everything outside of that is free game. Okay, and now I'm going to go back through with a blur tool. And we're going to blend. We want to blend this out heavily. Because I want this to kind of be applied more like a blush, just like a solid red. Just gonna do that. And then zoom out here. It's probably gonna look a little crazy until it doesn't. Especially because blush has never been my like strong suit. So we're kind of shooting a little bit in the dark. Okay, I'm gonna shape this up a little. Change the opacity here. And then I want to take a bright red. New layer. And this bright red is going to go basically in the center part of where the blush is. To heavily like blend this out. Like super heavily blended out. I'm curious, like,
Hey,
hello.
Mushroom
And
Man.
also, why is that so quiet? Move it up. Oh wait, my headphones were turned off. My bad. That would explain why it's so quiet. How loud was it for you guys? Yeah, no, my headphones were just turned off. You see, I do what I call de-stimming, and that means sometimes I work in silence, and sometimes I forget before I go live to turn off the silence. Especially seeing how like Twitch has not Twitch, but YouTube has not let me Yeah. Hey, see something or don't hear something, say something. Sometimes uh, I will never be offended if you are like, hey, is it meant to be this quiet? Because 9 times out of 10, it's probably not meant. My OBS be OBSing. Like, you will not offend me by saying, hey, do you mean to not be audible? I know Silver Sun has pointed out a few times, like, oh, by the way, you're on mute. It's like, oop, thank you. Because I do sometimes listen to audio playback, but not every time. Okay, I kind of want to add like a puffy red eye underneath too. Undo. Yeah, never offended by the questions like, hey. I'm also not mad if we both miss it. Like last time, like I think it was 3 streams ago, but my entire stream had reverb turned on, and that wasn't intentional. I just was recording music before that. You know, I used to do really good center blush, and I don't know what happened, but I've not been able to get that really nice influencer like look lately. Okay, new layer. Now I might need to do another layer underneath this one, but this one is going to be the dots. Noting that these uh, topographical maps makes this really difficult. I might want to take the red down here. And bring it more sharply underneath this to help that contour out a little bit. To give me more of a cheekbone. Like this. And then take a eraser and cut it. Back to white dots. Above here. Then I take an eraser and I'm gonna kind of like zoop. I might not like this, but I just want to try it. I do like a little bit how alien it's making the appearance be a little bit. I might switch my eyelashes out for white too. Come down to this. You know, actually, I'm not hating that. I think I need to export this eyelash, which I believe is on this layer, yeah. If I remove this one, I might have to export these as separate layers, but then combine them. Export, go to color. I'm not gonna need this anymore, so I'm just gonna replace these. Yes, I do sometimes just save over other files if I know I'm done with the file. Because sometimes I forget to delete files. And at least this way I know I get rid of it. Open. Then I'm going to need another file. Go to my list section. Thank you. I'm working on a cottagecore look. So I'm going to do this correction layer. And I'm going to do... Oh, actually... Hide this. Correction layer, gradient map. Flip. Hit OK. File, save as. Yes. Thank you. Sweet dreams. I appreciate you stopping by and spawning your cat. This model will likely be done in the morning, by the morning time, and will be able to be added to the banner picture we're making. We're gonna make a new banner picture. Let's see. Pull up my channel. So this is our old banner picture, and all of these models are now, except for this one and this one, are approximately a year old. So, because this was made at the last NTE beta, well, the first NTE beta. That's how we got into the first NTE beta. This one was made with the release of Frolova. This one was made late July. This one was made in May. Yeah, it's time for an update on that. And I think this will make a great addition when we're finished with it. Okay, I would like to go pictures. And then I'm going to duplicate this because the next thing I'm going to do is an experiment. So duplicate, hide this layer. And what I want to do is take an eraser And basically make it to where this eyelash is just frosted tips. Uh, Super dark red. Just curious as this how this would look. I think it's one or the other, not both. I could do that instead and have this be dark. Actually, having it be green, I do kind of like how that looks. Not for this, but definitely for something else. It could be the Italian flag. Green, white, red. Italian eyeliner. But that looks good. That needs to be cleaned up. Face. Okay, close this. I'm gonna close my eyes, not in real life, but in the program. Though with how dark this eyeshadow is, it does kind of make it hard to tell. Okay, close eyes. I might want to cut this back a little bit and maybe switch this from, right now it's like a weird dark green. And I believe that's on the skin. Yeah, that's not gonna work for me. What layer is that on? Because it could also be on the cheeks. Face paint. That's the chin highlight. There we go. So I'm gonna go down to this, erase. Zoom, erase. And I'll keep that. Yeah. By the way, if you're on the mobile version, if you want to see the full screen, you can just like probably turn your phone. I think that works. Or go to the live via the YouTube page and you should be able to see the full screen. Lips are next. And I can leave my eyes shut for this. Not in real life again, but in the program. So what's important here is that if I do the lips on one layer, I do the liner on another, so that way I can export it and use it. So I'm gonna do one new layer, and we're gonna do this layer as the red. Mirror mode makes this so much easier. And then I'm gonna make it slightly darker. Then I'm gonna take a next to white, new layer. Erase. This is gonna be the part that I'm the most unsure about. Not because I am not sure how I want. Well, no, that's exactly what it is. I'm not exactly sure what I want the lips to look like, but I do kind of have to decide in this stage. Because while I will put an overlay layer, the base gradient here gets used. Erase. Then I need to make sure I fill these out, that there's not any empty spaces. I need to zoom out because I accidentally. Okay, I thought I almost put some highlight up there. It's not meant to be. And I can make changes, it's just harder to make changes in later steps. Do, 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 do. That is a new lip shape for me. And the upper lip is looking a little bit thin. Lips, mouth. I might see if I can't just thicker upper lip. Oh, that, whatever I did there, I hate. I have a slight overbite. I might choose to make my, like, Cupid's bow wider. Because I think that's what I'm not liking right here. I think if I was gonna do that, making the upper lip thicker would probably be the better idea. I don't know what that line is. I did not mean to hit edit on that. Lips. Edit. Sometimes things that don't go with on other layers get placed. It's not that. Not that. Oh, it might be from this. Yeah, it's from this. Blur. I might need to make some adjustments there. The adjustments that need to be made there kind of are the ones that would round out this eye. And I go to this white layer, and I might try to correct it with this and kind of cut that area. Just like this. Okay, close. I definitely think I need to make that lip fuller, especially with this eye. Because the more I do, like, the more, like, demure it's looking. Yeah, I like how that looks with the eyes closed. Okay, lips. First, I want to go to the mouth, make sure this didn't fix its, like, change. Okay, yeah. I think I just need a bigger lip here. Control Z. Oh, that might be the answer. Is just have like the very top and very bottom of the lip lined. So that way that light kind of makes it look different. I mean, that looks better. Close. Go to mouth. I'm gonna look at mouth width and see about... Oh, that helps a lot, is to make the mouth wider. But how does it look if I open my mouth with it being wider? That's the real question. O U E A I surprise. Actually, I'm gonna go to the surprise face, go to mouth fem. Oh. My face is never gonna do that. That's about as wide as it goes. Yum, 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 yum.
That's what he said.
That's what he said until later that night. Yum, yum. That's what he said. Oh no. Stop. Perfect. Absolute pinnacle of beauty. But no, like I said, that probably won't. My mouth probably won't ever be that. I mean, I have to remind myself to open my mouth more. Uh,
And then his jaw unhinged like some kind of snake. Some kind of mushroom snake.
Never lived to tell the tale. Okay, up next, like I said, is hat. Okay, I need to edit texture. And I want to... So this is the tip of the hat. This is the top part of the brim. This is the bottom part of the brim. What I need to do is, if I can, export the guide. I can, okay. Because I don't think I need my color there. Open. New layer. And then I'm gonna look up a picture of bottom of mushroom. Because I can't remember how gills on the bottom look. Okay, it's like thin folds. That's what she and he said. Together in unison, because consent is important. Uh, so what I'm going to use for this, I'm going to first take a tan. A very white tan. And I'm going to fill in this entire space with this white tan. New layer. And then I'm going to take like a hairbrush. And what I mean by hairbrush, I mean a brush I use to draw hair. I want to take like a pink. And it needs to be like really thin. Like snatched, if you will. I'm going to use a mirror tool for this specifically, because I think the mirror tool will work well here. Even though I absolutely, if there's one thing where Clip Studio may not sponsor me for this one slanders thing I'm going to say, is that I absolutely hate Clip Studio's mirror tool. It's one of the most annoying mirror tools I've used ever. And I maintain that. And I know how it's supposed to work. And I've had tutorials where like it explains it even further to me, but it's just not very fun. Use a darker color to make use a darker color to make sure that this is going to go through. Like, see, I have the symmetry tool down, but it doesn't work with all brushes either, which is annoying. I think I have to enable it to work. Oh wait, no, symmetry tool's just not working. Uh, symmetry tool. See what I mean? Absolutely hate this tool. I want it to work the way I want it to work the first time. Let's see. Let's see. I wanted to follow the mirror tool, but I have no idea how to make it follow the mirror tool rule. I just know that not all brushes actually will abide by mirror tool. That one does. This one doesn't. This one does. Okay, this one does. And I can use this one. And I will stay slanders to this tool. Why are you still that color? I've switched. Oh yeah, because this tool is technically a paintbrush, that's why. In category of things I don't understand is like I don't understand why the eraser doesn't naturally follow the um mirror tool rule, but whatever. Okay, I'm gonna file, save as. I'm gonna load this in just because I want to see how it's looking here. It's not looking too bad. Okay. Clip Studio. Show this. And I'm going to erase. And now I'm going to work on the top parts. So this section, I'm going to start with making this deeper red. Slightly deeper. Come to this. I wonder if I could use like a splatter brush. Yeah, that splatter brush is going to work for this. I'm gonna... Oh no. When did I get selected off? There we go. Take this. Highlight that in red. And then I'm gonna hide this and see where this goes. File, save as. Save over this one. Yes. Oh, I don't need this. I need this. I'm curious as to what this colors, like this band. I don't think it colors anything. I think I have the bandwidth like at 0, and that's why it's not coloring anything. I would like to take this airbrush, go to my color history. I believe it was this one. No, not running color. Droplet. File. Save. Yes. 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 And I think that's good so far. And luckily, these are some really good reds for me to color grab. As a matter of fact, what I want to do is grab these separate reds. Thank you! Poison is a green color. It's why I like to mix the red and green, but there are poisonous red mushrooms, and let me... Poison... I think angel cap is a poison red mushroom. Okay, Aminata is one, which is the one that this is kind of based on. Save image. Honestly, a lot of vibrant, bright colors are poison. Or at least poison coated, I should say. Forget what... That's one of the, like, common nature trait things where I always forget what it's called. Trait for things in nature to be bright colored. This isn't actually just a nature plant fact. It's also a nature fact. Apositism. Aposematism. Aposematism. Crucial signal for survival and reproduction, including warning to predators of toxicity, attracting mates, and drawing pollinators. But lots of things that have aposematism, which are bright colors, happen to be poisonous, such as poisonous tree frogs, or also known as poison dart frogs. Lots of really bright colored centipedes. Typically, if it's bright colored and in nature, you most likely don't want to touch it. Honestly, you should probably not touch things you can't identify or don't know to be safe. For one, even if it is actually safe, you might be allergic. And there's some things that have really, really tiny hairs on them. And those tiny hairs can cause dermal abrasion, which breaks you out in a rash. Like, I have super sensitive skin, which is like, I'm not technically allergic to grass, but the spines on grass break my skin out. It makes me itch really bad. Because a lot of the symptom of itching is your brain being like, get something off of me. Because it's considered a largely psychosomatic symptom. which is why just thinking itch can make you itchy. Up next, I want to take, I think I'm gonna like cut the top a little differently here. Like I'm thinking I might kind of round this out a bit. Like that. And then I would like to take this tan, and I'm gonna use like those colors on the hat to kind of reshape this outfit a little bit. One thing I would love if Vroid would add is like a selection tool so you can have an easier time staying inside lines. Okay. Then I want to take this. And then I want to take the brightest part of this. And then I'm going to duplicate this layer. I'm also going to delete all of these underneath layers because I won't need it for this. And I'm also glad to know you're excited to hear plant facts. Maybe one day I'll do a plant fact stream. I mean, I could use this model for it and just uh, do a stream of just going over different plant facts. I'm going to come down to these. Um, what is still bright colored? It's not this layer. It's not this layer. There's a layer of still brightly colored. Let me hide these. Oh, it's this. Okay. So I would like to take this. I need to figure out where that is, and I want to erase. And then I want to, I think this one and this one are for the most part the same. But I do want to make them just slightly brightly colored. Because I want to do the same additive thing that I did with my sleeves. So I'm going to copy this shade, switch to this paint bucket, and go boop boop. And turn this off. Eraser. Zoom in. Okay, I think that's on this layer. There we go. Okay, and the reason I wanted to do that is so that way I can... I'm probably going to have to export this several times. Export this. So I think I want to use the splatter brush for this. It's just made it so much easier. File, open. So, I mean, I say so many times. I'm just going to need to do it like 3 times. Is this still on splatter brush? It is. First I'm going to do this. Let's see. Grab this. And I'm just going to fill this area out. Just so I don't have to worry about it. This side, and I just want to fill that out here too. Like this. I'm going to go to the droplet brush. I need this to be on its own layer. New layer. Because I'm going to multiply it. If I multiply it, just mean like take the layer and double it up. We'll see. File, save. And then I'm going to grab that file, open. And I need to do it with these two also. Export. Yeah, I just need to do it with both of those layers, so I'm gonna have to just do it separately anyways. File, open. And I'm not gonna use symmetry tool here, so that way they can have a little bit of like individuality. I could use symmetry tool, I just am deciding not to. I feel like it'll help kind of make this look a little bit nicer if I don't use it. Just because the splatters will be more random. File, save as. Raz hates that I do this, by the way. I just save over files. Who needs new ones when you can just save over the existing ones? And if you're wondering why I'm doing these separate and I don't just use the same one for both, in Vroid, if you use two of the exact same texture files, what ends up happening is it will combine them as one material on export. I think there's a setting you can do to like prevent that, but it's just easier to like do it this way instead. Control C. Of course, that's not going to do anything. I messed up. It needs to be on its own layer. Because it can't have the red backing, or else it's not going to add up with itself. File, save. And now I might need to save each of these sections also as a Clip Studio file if it wasn't for the fact that I'm more than likely going to be able to do this in one like setup. I'm going to take this, I'm going to go to the sock area. And I'm just gonna do that. I'm not gonna worry about this little spot. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it. Because it's covered anyways. Okay, come to the top. Okay, and then I want to take the like darker part. Zoom out. And I'm gonna shade the lower parts of this outfit. New layer. Let's take this. Ah, okay, I see what's happened there. Skin mask. New layer. Outfit. Okay, then we'll go to the shorts. See, I have this on here, which means that I'll likely, if I want to not mess up anything, come to this, select by gamut this, hit OK, and then I need to go to the hat section, color grab this, come back, shorts, new layer, File, save as. I'll just save it over this, because that's gonna make it easier to grab. Yes. Go to this, grab this, open. It's not quite the same color, but it's closer. Honestly, I think this color right here. Oh, that's why. This is more the pink color than it is the, like, off color. That's closer. And then I'm gonna go to the shoes. Just do this. Eraser. Blap, blap. There we go. Okay. I could still see changing like some makeup up, and I'm gonna have to like use a normal map to get the gills right on this. But other than that, I think I'm ready to export this. Yeah. Close. It's not like the most complex outfit, but I wasn't making it to be the most complex outfit, so that's fine. I could still see some like better shading I could do, but I know that material mapping is going to be really key here, so I don't think I'm going to worry about that too much. Let's see. Export. Export as a VRM. Okay, it's 100,000 polygons, which I already knew before doing this, but we're just gonna accept that as a factor. One last thing I need to do. I see that this has a like a dark line there. I can fix that real fast. I am gonna leave those like little leaves, and I'm just gonna make them ruby. Real fast, let's make sure that we have hair rigging. Yep. And then I'm gonna make sure that the snakes are rigged how I want them to. Because I can change some parts of it, but not every part. Such as where the hair bones start. Edit bounce. Go to extra. Just gonna move the fixed point up just a little bit. On this side, I'm also going to move it up just a bit. There we go. My cat is rolling up in their little like donut. I'm gonna take a picture so you guys can see my cat right now. Pause for kitty picture. Okay. Send it to myself. I have the best work assistant. Okay. Download. This is my cat right now. Look at him. He tucked his head into the blankets, well, into his paw. He's so cute. Okay. Export. Export as a room. Reduce polygons, make sure transparent meshes are still here. Oh, that's one thing I need to check. I have multiple hair textures. And I need to make sure that front, edit hairstyle, this section, okay, I think it's all right. Yep. I just needed to make sure that the hair textures were set up right because I didn't want to have multiple materials that I had to edit. Uh, the normal map for this is going to be similar to a hair map where I just like do a bunch of lines. M-U-S-H, mush. I like to use abbreviations for the VRM export because if I've learned my lesson, if I do like a long name, it makes it hard to do it in the file section. Now, VRM import. Despite the number of polygons, I don't think it's going to be that bad. Open. I'll just do it into CMRed. I forgot to fix it. That line there. It's not horrible. It's hard to see, honestly, from a distance. I knew I was forgetting something. Edit. close. I am gonna like actually fix it though. Okay, I go to the mush section, delete, delete all. Come down to this, mush, delete. There we go. If I didn't notice it like right now and I had it started on anything, I wouldn't go back and fix it. But because I did before I started on anything, I'm like, no, let's go ahead and fix it. Because that one is annoying to fix because it's on multiple layers that get combined into one when exported. And now I don't have to worry about it. Okay. VRM, import, grab mush, CMRed, CMRed fast. And now we're ready to do the shaders. So what will likely happen here is we're going to do the shaders. Oh, well, I guess I don't have a skirt on, so the hair rigging actually won't take that long. So if I just do the full thing. It'll be determined by how fast we go. Open this up, minimize, secondary, delete, face, reforger. Do 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 do. Honestly, I wonder like how this would look if I sped it up and just like kept the centerpiece as is, like how my snakes would look when sped up to like I speed it up like 200% and then another 200%, which is multiplicative. Use my reference. Use the face of the reference. Copy those blend shapes. 174 blend shapes moved over. That is so nice that that's become a quick thing for me to do. I'm gonna hide the circles for now because they're not needed. Mush. I can do these all at once. Poyomi tune. I do like when I can get a model completely done in one stream. Switch this to cutout. Render. Back. Off. Okay. additive. Shading, cubic map. Multiply, add 61. And I want to take, so I need to go to one of my poisons, preferably the most newest poison, which I believe is poison. Go to materials. Oh, this one doesn't have all my materials. This has a lot of my materials, but not all of them. Oop, this has it. So I'm pretty much gonna want to grab almost everything here. Do I don't need that stuff. I do need that. I need that. I think that's everything I need. Control C. Then I need to go to mesh. Control B. And basically just move everything over. And then I also need one more thing from this section, which I can grab from here. I think I can just pull this over. There we go. Grab this. Go first. This. Grab these. Grab this. And we're gonna go shading. And realistic. And there we go. And now here's the part that needed this. I need to go to the top here. And selection tool. Should be selecting on both sides. It is not. Okay. Fill this in with black. And then I need to hide everything that is not that. File, save as. I need to go to this, CM red, and I need to save this as jacket or J base. Actually T base because it would be the top. Mush, save it in materials. That's weights. Oh, that's Milan. T base. Save. Yes. And now what I want to do is I'm going to grab my normal map for hair and I'm going to make it very light and I'm going to put it over top this. Let's see. Or actually, I don't need to do that. There's a smarter way to do it. And I will go ahead and show that smarter way. I'm going to start with this top though because it has the most transformation to go
Then the
through.
Rorschach test.
I see divorce. What do you see? Actually, I see two piranha plants that are in a disagreement. Like Mario piranha plants. Or two boats that are about to crash into each other. That is what I see. There it is. Okay. This I can just go ahead and drag this over. Dolce and Cabana, Fendi and Ladonna, Seven Jeans, True Religion. Let's see. Found it. Okay, I'm gonna take a matte cap, drag this mask over this, fix now, and we want to set this to alpha. And then I'm gonna look up a picture of a mushroom. We'll use the Britannica picture of a mushroom. Edit. And then I would like to rotate this image. Hit OK, file, save as a copy. Can I save this as a PNG? I can. Go to color section, MUSH, file, open, blur. Making a gradient map, do do do. Making a gradient map, do do do. This is gonna be a gradient. Do 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 do. File, save as, CMRed, mush materials, mush grad. Take my mush grad, move it to the matcap section, gradient, replace. Oh, it's not grabbing that bottom part. I need to find the section. And then I'm gonna unselect this. And what I'm gonna do, because this part doesn't matter, I can just go like blah 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 blah. Because it's supposed to select everything in between here, so I can legit just fill in as long as it's not near the sleeves. Because it won't matter if I go past. File, save. Yes. There we go. Okay, next I want to take this hair map, custom normal, this. And then I'm gonna do 5, 2, super strong. And I'm gonna come up to this. Normal map as the overarching normal map. Socratic sampling 2 and 2. There we go. And then I need to come down to the shorts. I'm going to take black, new layer, file, blah 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 blah. Hide everything that's not this. File, save as, shorts, CMRed, mesh materials, short, MC for color map, but backwards. So I'm gonna copy this, go to my shorts, which I think are these, right? Yeah. Paste. Replace. Fix now. I'm gonna minimize this, go to cube map, gold, switch it to red, add, and I would like to go to alpha, invert. There we go. Yes. And then I'm gonna go to this and this, because these should be the shorts. And we're gonna remove the mask. I want these to be a little bit more additive. I'm also gonna grab this, and I would like to put this up here. Socratic. Tune. And then I need to open this up. File. Open. CMRed. Go to textures. Open. I need to open the shoe texture basically. New file. And we're just basically going to color everything that's not inside the boot. Which that should be good. File. And close this. File. Save as. Uses red bottoms. BTM. Uses bloody shoes. So then I take the bottom part, which I believe is this. It's this or this. It's this. Minimize, cubic map. Put in red bottoms. Set this to alpha and fix. Inverse. Gold. Inverse again. Red. And I'm going to go with this top. Oh wait, first this. I would like to go to this section. I'm going to minimize this. I would like to merge these layers. Select, select. Oh my god. Hit OK. File, save as, SPRTOP, MP, spore map. And then we fill this. File, save as, ETVTOP, everything top. Okay, so I need to go to this cube map, EVT top, fix, alpha, gold, red, and then I want to go to mat cap, silver, gradient, SPR, fix now, alpha, replace, and emissive. And check the intensity. There we go. And then I need to make 2 more spore maps. The main problem with these spore maps is going to be it's going to be really hard to tell which one is for which side. File, save as, SPR1. Yes. Select, select gamut. Hit OK. Merge selected, hide this. File, save as, SPR2. Okay. I feel like this one is probably using... So we're going to start with this one, switch it to fade. Oh wait, cut out. I believe it's this. Okay, so it's this right here. Mat cap. I'm going to put SPR1 first. Fix now. Switch to alpha. SPR2. Fix now. It's SPR2 for this one, which then means I'm going to go ahead and copy this. Go to this section, paste, SPR1. There we go. And now these should be right. Additive. So wait, I'm gonna switch this to fade. And then switch to this one. Gradient. Replace. Fade. Unselect. I'm gonna just make these a normal map. Normal map. Cancel. Oh, I need to copy paste. Merge selected. Move this up. Filter. Effect. Normal map. Hit OK. File. Save as. SPR2. And then. Yes. I'm gonna do that with just both sides. So that's SPR1. So this is SPR2. This won't have too much effect here in this Unity environment, but it will in the other one. Control-C, Control-V, Control-C, Control-V. Merge selected. Filter. Normal map. Okay. File. Save as. SPR1. And this is the part where, like, if I don't do it here, it becomes very difficult. Wait, this should have SPR1. Fix now. And then this should have SPR2. There we go. And then we're going to turn up the normal map on it. Doot. Which should give it a nice texture to it. Okay. Then I want to go to this. I would like to reveal these sections. Take this, select. Okay, so I need to copy these. So I'm going to put this all in a folder. And then copy the folder. Hide this folder. I want to select this, come in this folder, and delete, delete. Now when I hide this, I should just have the sleeve. Why did that delete more than just the sleeve? I will just do this for now. Because I don't think I need the previous thing anyways. Oh, that's why. I'm silly. It's because I already had the selection tool on when I selected that space. So of course it didn't select anything. It only copy pasted the other sections. There we go. Merge selected. Filter. Effect. Normal map. Hit OK. File. Save as. SLNM. Okay. I can't give the Ruby part a custom normal map. So what I'll do is do a gradient here. Now do something like this. Fix. Wait, is this on the sleeve? I need this to go on the top. There we go. Mat cap. Gradient. I need a custom normal map. And you are looking for SL. Fix now. And then I need to use this mask on the top. Alpha. Gradient. Choose this. Fix now. Invert. And this should provide texture on this section. Yeah. I do think I'm gonna have to custom do the normal map for this, possibly. There's gonna be two answers for it though. First off, file, open. I'm probably gonna open the texture pack here. Open, filter. I'm gonna switch this to like a normal map. Hit OK. File, save as, HT, and M. Come back to this. The hat's up here. I do know at the bare minimum I'm gonna have to custom do the like separate sections for like textures. Where is H? That's M. Here it is. Actually, that's fairly fine. I think that will work. I just gotta then turn this up. Control C. First thing I want to do, erase. File. Save as. I'm gonna save this as gills. Control C, Control V. Merge selected, erase. Same. Thank you. Uh, I mean, I do play an herbalist in Vroid. I mean, in Vroid, in World of Warcraft. I think I've almost maxed out the herbalism skill. Save, yes. Which I did think we would get World of Warcraft, but I think we want to make sure we finish this. Because this seems like the fairly interesting, like, unique part of my channel anyways. Let's see. Where did I put Gil? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. There's Gills. That's not saved appropriately. There's still stuff on it. Actually, I don't think there is. I think it's just appearing like there is. There, but there isn't. Yeah, there isn't. Just some reason it's not fully showing there. So I'm gonna go to this hat, matte cap. I'm gonna use this as the mask. Fix now. Set this to alpha. And then I want to grab my mushroom gradient that I made. Set this here. Replace. And I want this to kind of slightly glow, I think. I think that would be cool. It does look like I need to erase a little bit more here. Merge selected and hard eraser. Okay. File. And I think I can just hit the save button without ruining anything. So yes, bright colored flowers and atropism are not necessarily aposematism is not necessarily not everything in nature is brightly colored. It's like the square is a rectangle, but a rectangle is not a square. Things that are toxic in nature tend to be bright colored. Not everything in bright colored is poisonous, if that makes sense. So in other words, a rose is red, and so is the poisonous mushroom that this is based on. but they're not both poisonous, only the bright red mushroom is. That's how that works. Things that are toxic tend to be bright colors, not necessarily that everything that is brightly colored in nature is toxic. Like apples, for instance, not poison. Actually, no, that's not correct. Apple seeds contain cyanide. Apples are technically poisonous. The meat of the apple, not poisonous. The seeds of an apple are poisonous. It contains a very small amount of cyanide, but like doesn't like take away from the fact that it does contain cyanide. The more you know. Filter. Oh wait, no, I'll use filter. I need to take the selection tool. I want to select this, hit OK. Control C, Control V. Hide this. Come down here. Erase. File. Save as, and we'll save this as H spore. And then come back to this. But still, you should always treat anything you don't know or can't identify in nature as poisonous, even though technically if you're stranded in nature, if you're in North America specifically, you're much safer eating random mushrooms than you are eating random plants because most of the mushrooms in North America are not deadly poisonous. Many of them have like things that will make your stomach upset, but they're not, say, as commonly dangerous as other continents have mushrooms. So like if you're stranded in a forest in the United States, you're safer taking chances on mushrooms than you are on plants. Because there's lots of like dangerous plants, but there's not that many poisonous, like deadly poisonous mushrooms in the United States. That is very continent dependent. If you are not in the United States, don't do that if you're stranded in nature. That's just specifically in the United States, there's not as many poisonous mushrooms in nature. And by poisonous, I do mean deadly. There are lots of mushrooms in nature that will make you like throw up. This is a if you're stranded scenario, not a if you just feel like it scenario. There we go. It's like, that's not right. And then I would like to switch this to additive. And gradient. And hello, Epic Boy. I think I said hello in somewhere in that monologue, but I don't know. So hello just in case. We are currently working on mushroom poison. Do I have the name of that mushroom that is poisonous? Okay, there it is. Aminida. It is a hallucinogenic. Oh, I didn't do my eye texture. That's still my regular eye. It's fine. I can switch it later. Let's see.
Is it? Is it though?
Same. No, it's not. But if I want to do this like within a healthy time frame, it's gotta be. And by healthy time frame, I mean like within this one stream, which I'm already pushing it a little bit. We've made so much progress. Speaking of which, I haven't done this yet. I'm gonna turn this to be in facing partial light. Face. Okay. I think some of this stuff I can go ahead and lock in. Although I think I won't lock it. I won't actually start locking in because I think that's what causes the issue with my gradient maps sometimes. So only lock that one thing in. The rest will be as I finish them. Uh, let's grab all the sections of hair. That's a snake. Go ahead and put my normal map for hair. Two. Matte cap. Fix now. Why is this changing color? That got selected too. But this one, I want to do mix, add, and then use my mushroom color. And make sure this is set to gradient. Yes, like that. Mushroom poison, whatever does it mean? Okay. That, I think I'm also gonna turn the normal map for that part of the hair up. Just to kind of give it more of like a gill-like texture. Give it more mushroomy quality. Grab, grab, grab. Switch this to gradient. This should be switched to 4, and 5. Okay, mouth. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Oh, I didn't move over the mouth normal map, it looks like. Oh, it was. Okay, it just wasn't named mouth. Sometimes I wish that, like, I would just take, like, 10 extra seconds when naming things. Am I gonna actually adapt the way that I do it? No, but I do wish that I would. Future me and past me are gonna throw hands. But because past me's already happened, only future me is gonna catch them. Alpha 30. Do that. And then cube map. Heart and mouth. Alpha. Gold. Actually, you know what? Because this mushroom is a psychedelic one, and then color adjust. One. No, I have to have it reset to replace because it's a white heart. Okay. That's good. I'm doing Jessica and Stephanie probably last because they're gonna be a little annoying to do. Uh, this. What? What is that? Oh, it's this. It's my eyelash. I was like, what the? That's what you want to hear. What is that? I'm gonna plug in my face charger. Allow. Cancel. Uh, I believe I want this. And I'm not going to need to do anything in this realm. This, set to fade. Go to my eyebrows, set to fade. Face. Okay. This is one of the things where, like, I'm gonna have to export some stuff. face, lips. Main thing I need to export is the lip section. I need to export the inner lip and then the white line. Export LPLIN for lip liner. Export LIP. Okay. So first, I think I'm going to use this cube map with lip. Fix now. Set this to alpha. And then good. And don't fully replace. Matte cap. I want lip liner. Switch this to alpha. Fix now. Gradient. I'm going to use this silver. Replace. Not that bright. Yep, like that. I think I want to combine them for glitter. Actually, I think I just need the LIP for the glitter. Special effect. Glitter. Or do I have the entire face have glitter on it and put like glitter on the body as well? I do want it to follow normal maps. And we're gonna, if I do it for the entire face, I want to like have it greatly reduced in brightness. It is kind of fairy-like for me to put it on the, like just have glitter on the face. Copy. Paste. Better get rid of this mask. Oh wait, I didn't put a mask, so it's fine. Like that. Okay. File. Open. We're gonna have to open the face up. Like a plastic surgeon. Open. Face. Open. Filter. Select. Gamma. That's it. Okay. Then I'm gonna take an eraser. Just gonna erase a lot of the stuff that's on the sides. think that's good. Let's do that. File. Save as. BL and P into materials. Save. Yes. And then I'm going to go back into this. This part is the part that I'm most unsure about. Actually, I think it's supposed to go in the center is where it's most transparent. And then I'm gonna do this. Multiply, slight add, lower the intensity. Okay. Now this next part is the easier part. Filter, select color, because it's the white part. Oh, it's not the same on both sides. Well, I can fix that anyways. Let's hit OK. Control-C, Control-V. Wait. Control-C, Control-V. Okay, and then I want to grab this. There we go. I was like, wait a second, let me think this through, because that's not exactly how that's supposed to work. Okay. I would like to merge these two selected, then erase, file, save as, spore, FP, for spore face. Do, do, do. There it is. Let's say I know it should be there. Spore face. Scroll down. Replace. Fix now. Alpha. Gradient. And then I would like to use this spore map that I made. But then add. Filter. Effect. Normal map. Wait, cancel. Filter. Effect. Normal map. Okay. File. Save as. FPNM. Yes. And then I'm going to go to custom normal map. Fix now. And I want this to be very light. Or if I do heavy, I don't know how much it's going to show up. But that way those bumps actually are on the face. Yes. I think if I want to do something with this, I'm going to need the color map that I have. That maps out the bottom part. This part. Special. Cube map. Fix now. Alpha. And then color adjust to that. I think that works. Lock in. Because I think for the most part I'm ready to start locking stuff in. At least material-wise. Can probably just do that. Honestly, I'm just gonna lock in a bunch of materials at one time. Yeah. Lock in. Oh, Jessica and Stephanie, that's who I'm forgetting. Let me go to this. I would like to take a snipping tool. Minimize. Okay. Gallery. So I want to go to, I believe this is, yeah, this is Jessica and Stephanie. So first, it should be a snake normal map. There it is. And that should be snake eyes. Yeah. Matte cap. Snake minus eyes. Alpha. And then I would like to take minimize. I'm going to do a custom normal map on this using this. Make them emissive. That works. And then cube map. I would like to use the snake eyes again. I think I'm gonna need to like switch this to like a little bit of a more red. Ah, that's what I'm gonna need to do. Like that. Color adjust. Emission. Speaking of which, I don't think I did this at all. Add. Lock in. Some parts of this model may not be the best yet, but they will be better in the future. And by the future, it's like I'm at the stage with this model that I kind of want to get towards export so I can just see what I like and what I don't like about it first before I start changing too much. Oh, whoops, I need to unlock this because I wanted to change my nail color to red. Cube map. And then my nails. Switch this to alpha. And we will just fully replace. And I might, instead of doing what I was going to do, which is just switch this to ruby, I might actually turn this into either silver or just use my mushroom material I used on the snake. So this section, do like this, gradient, full replace, 3, 4, actually making it like the mushroom texture and then giving it like a glitter would be spore-like. I think that's what we'll do. And then I'm going to use this. Stoichiometry, 3 and 4. Turn it up. And then 0.2, 0.4. Take the normal. There we go. Lock in. Yay! I think, based on where I'm at, where I'm locking in materials, I just have hair physics to do, which there's actually less hair physics on this one. The snakes will still be the snakes. That part is still going to take me however long that part takes me, but for the most part, you're very close. Okay. I can just lock that in. This I can probably just lock in. The belt I can also just lock in. Like I'll do cubic map. Do I have the belt normal? Yeah. Yeah, we're just gonna lock that in. I'm not very concerned with it. It's kind of just there to break up the outfit. This section, I think it's just another sleeve. Lock in. Then this section, I'm going to go to this part. Custom normal map. Lock in. Lock in. Okay. And then I think I just have hair physics. Oh, I don't think I locked in the socks. I know I locked in the shoes. Yay, almost being finished. Do 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 do. Okay, I did lock in those. That's that's good. Okay. Make sure everything's locked in. Oh, the hat isn't locked in. Lock in. I might also at some point add glitter to this bottom part of the hat. Okay. I believe that is all materials locked in. Which means once I finish the physics, it'll be ready for export because I already did fix the face. Okay. Remove. 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 I gotta remove this section. Remove this section. You have to remove their colliders, for one, because if you don't, it's gonna increase the load because it's gonna have physics for things it doesn't have instructions for. But two, because we're gonna replace those colliders with our own, and we don't want that confusion anyways. Okay, so typically I don't think too much about the hip section, specifically because my hair is going down further, because I put it down as a lower ponytail for this. We do want to make sure that we create a good hip collider here. Hipsy. Add capsule collider. I'm gonna want it to be a little bit on the thicker side, just to make sure we don't have issues. I do tend to like to move any collider that has the chance of being in close contact with this. I like to move it a little bit forward because you're not going to be able to see clipping from behind, but you can see clipping that happens up front. So I kind of just like to move, like, say, the chest collider and that stuff closer to the front and further from the back. Okay. Then chest, create empty, CHST, and then we're going to do capsule collider. And for the chest, I basically staircase this. I make this lower one a little bit longer. Again, moving it from being equally in back and front to mostly in front. Upper chest. This one is important because it's going to also be my shoulder collider. UCHST. Capsule collider. Extend. Further forward. Okay. Also because Stephanie and Jessica are off to the side, um, that's also going to make it more important to have a good chest glider here. Okay, we do also have to, for once, do upper and lower arm. So I'm just going to call this UR for ultra rare. No, for upper arm. Capsule collider. It's a little bit bigger. I'm gonna Control C, click on lower hand, Control V, lower arm. And you see like this point right here? I like to take the top of the circle and make sure that's what's at that lower point because it rotates on the like this is its axis. So when the arm bends, it's gonna bend from here. So if you put it too far up, you get really weird directions. I'm gonna switch this to L, R. Less length here, a little bit further up. There we go. Hey, thank you for subscribing. I hope you're doing well. And take this. I'm gonna just copy paste so I don't have to resize these. If you click on lower arm and paste, it's gonna go in the tree above. So then like if I click on hand, it's gonna go in the lower arm section. If I click on lower arm, it's gonna go in the upper arm section. And I'm using basically this part to mark like right here where the seam is on this jacket. It marks basically the start of this joint. And we're gonna call this UL. And then we're gonna enter, Control Z, Control C, Control V. Move this to right here. Double check. Yep. And we just use LL. Okay. Next is neck. Neck. I've yet to really fully figure out where I want my neck collider. I'm gonna rotate it by. Oh no. Snap the neck. Control Z. Control Z. Create empty. And K. What I have been doing, and now I can rotate it 90. What I have been doing is taking the neck collider, making it decently thick, raising it up a little bit, and then pulling it towards the front. Just again, because the clipping that I care about is clipping that happens in the front, not really the back. Main issue I run into is when the neck bends. It's hard to get it to bend in the right directions. You could use a circle collider, but I find that sometimes that doesn't really help the situation. Okay, and then head, create empty. First one I do is the skull, and I'm going to do a circle, make it bigger, and normally I put it up here. Because of the way that this hair is, I'm going to put it more down lower, like right there. Okay, and we're going to call that SK. Create empty. For the face, I need 2 colliders, one for the forehead area and one for the lower part of the face. So FP, and I'm going to get capsule collider, make it the length of the head, expand, move it up, put it like right here. Maybe make this a little bit smaller. Okay, Control C, Control V. rotate it by 90 degrees, move it down to the side. I want the edges to not be the same size. I like to basically make a snowman. And then I'm gonna have the lower part almost completely out. Pull this up a little bit into the side. Okay, and that should be good on the face. I do oftentimes have to do the face more than once. So I'm gonna start doing the hair, create empty. I'm gonna call this bang. Magic cloth, go ahead and switch it to bone cloth. This first section only gets the face and skull. Okay, I'm at Control-C, Control-V, because there's one section that's going to be on the right. Then I take the bones, and I'm going to drag them over. And I think the rest of these are on the left. Up. Now the rest should be on the left. Until I get to the snakes. Of 6. This is less bones than what I normally have in the hair. And then I'm going to Control-C, Control-V. Minus, minus, minus. Now we're going to add the neck and arms and upper chest. Well, and chest. Normally don't have to add the chest and upper chest. But because Stephanie and Jessica are coming down the slow, it would be a good idea too. Okay, and I believe it should be 2 and 3. Okay, and then I'm going to copy paste. Minus, minus. Drag the last collider. Oh, I don't think I put a spine collider. Though I don't think I need one, seeing how these are almost connected. Yeah, I don't think I need one. Change this to pony. And I'm going to do long hair and turn the gravity down. And I like to turn the influence that this has way up, like that wind has. Because I like this to be very reactive to wind. These are snooks. So SNKS. And I like to program these as tails. And reverse, I like these to be very not reactive to wind because they're living creatures. Bangs. I do front hair, no gravity, so that way it doesn't just fall down. This section, I do front hair, low gravity, so that way it maintains its shape. And I like to reduce the wind effect on this. Actually, for this time, I'm actually going to turn the gravity up just a little bit from what it normally is, because of the fact that this hat, I don't want this to flip up and over the hat. Okay, I believe that's all the physics I need. Save. Uh, we're going to hit play and test the physics. Jessica and Stephanie physics are not going to be very testable because they are where colliders are, which won't be a problem in practice, but for this specifically, it will be. So Jessica and Stephanie might freak out a little bit. This typically takes like a good 2 to 3 minutes. So I'll take this time to say thank you to everyone who's come by so far. I appreciate every single one of you as we get ready for this to be tested. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna go pee real fast. I'm gonna put you guys on the BRB screen while this loads. Okay, I am back. It's not loaded yet, but I can switch back to live scene. Yay! Let me readjust my face calibration. Thank you, Proto. By the way, Proto, I'd like to say special thank you to the fact that you are here so frequently and you stay throughout the entire thing. I do notice and I do greatly appreciate. Just wanted to go ahead and just do a special thank you and shout out to you being here. But yeah, we might add some glitter effects to the other parts of the outfit, not just the body. No, thank you. It does play a huge role into the channel growing, especially for the live getting pushed out. It's about to be testable. Okay. Scene. I need to not see the circles. Actually, the snakes are behaving very well. I'm surprised. The snakes are actually handling better than they normally do. Shake! Let's keep an eye on the face. It looks like this part of the hair is not moving. And I'm thinking I might have made an oopsie daisy. Because I'm pretty sure everything has bones. But what if something doesn't have bones? If not, it is a whoopsie daisy, but it's not maybe the most noticeable. Okay, no, it has bones. I was worried there for a second that this section didn't have bones. But nope, it has bones. Which means I just made an issue on this. Undo. Bungs. So let's count. We should have a 4. There we go. That should fix that. I'm gonna do head, create new, and I'm gonna do hat because I didn't even remember the hat has bones, but it does. Magic cloth. I'm gonna assume it's a spring bone. Not that. This. I would be correct. And I'm gonna name it an accessory. Ooh, so it looks like it has multiple spring bone paths. That'll be interesting. Because I didn't know that. So we're just gonna keep it as an accessory for now, but we might need to switch it. I also might need to make the back spring stationary, so that way it doesn't clip through the bottom of my hair, because the top of my ponytail is fairly close to the hat. Oh, the full hat does bounce. I didn't even realize. I didn't know that. That looks fun though. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, back. We're gonna switch that hat now that we know how it works. We're gonna call it a hard spring, and I want to limit its distance greatly. Back, save. It was hard to tell if it bounced in the other thing, and like Vroid. I'm glad it does. I just wasn't expecting it to. Let me zoom back. Okay, I think that's good. Well, that's nice. That'll be nice to see. Okay, so we have hat. I have hat on head. Okay. I need to do one more look over on the materials, make sure they're all good. Hat is locked. Basically, I'm just checking to make sure everything's locked in. Lock, 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 lock. Okay, everything appears to be locked in. Wardo. New mod. Poison. Mushroom. Create mod. Mush. Wardo. Set up character. And I can delete these two. They don't need to be in the scene anymore. Wardo. Switch to active mode. Build poison mushroom. Save. And I might just export him and like move him directly to the streaming computer. Seeing how this will probably be the marker of the stream. I just need to switch the stream from saying end games to mushroom cottagecore vroid. I mean, I could just pull up World of Warcraft for like 2 seconds. But I feel like that's not honoring the spirit of having done the title. Oh, I think it's actually building pretty fast because the 8 of 8. Well, it doesn't have any like GIFs or animated mats. The closest thing it has to an animated mat is like a panning mat, which is actually just a moving picture. It doesn't, it's not really like the material itself is animated. And by moving picture, I don't mean like a movie. I mean the picture's literally moving left to right. Let's see. I'll go ahead and pull up the folder that needs to be pulled up for it to be moved to the other computer. So I need to go to my network. Same. Let's see, it's taking 2 minutes. I think the longest export I had, which this will not be anywhere close to it because I exported a broken model, was 8 minutes. I think this one will probably be 3, and it's at 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Okay, then I'm going to open up the Finder on the other computer. I think the only thing that's probably taking this a second is the fact that it has the hat physics. Because I can't imagine anything else is taking it too long. We passed 3 minutes, but it's at a 9 out of 12. Oh, I saw build manifesting. So we're still in the 3 minute ballpark. We're not quite at 4. It's going to open up the file for me, and I'll be able to just move it directly over. SDK, Control C, Control V, copy, paste. Sometimes I have to manually copy paste. Okay, it's going into videos, because that's my public folder. To characters. Okay, I'm going to switch this to the close-up screen. I'm going to get rid of the dual disk. Unless I'm going to play Mushroom Man. The strongest Yu-Gi-Oh card ever. Okay, we got that. And now... Oh, I'm gonna put my arm down. I want to look normal for the big reveal. Normal enough, at least. Okay. And it's time... Oop. Where is it? Okay, there it is. And it's time for the reveal. Ooh. Ah. I like it. Jiggly hat. I might need to limit the hat's movement a little bit more. Wow. Ooh, let's check to see what it looks like if I make it, like, super dark. Because this should have some decent glow effects. And now let's turn on some bloom, because I think bloom might be off. I think we did a really good job. And we'll do like an actual like animation for the like other like for like this I guess the video that goes up tomorrow because we always post a reveal like stream showing the quick process. Uh, no bloom. I do like the gilling underneath the hat too. And I'm surprised to see Jessica and Stephanie actually move better now that they're longer. I'll have to take note of that. I do think I need to correct this. There's like a little scuff here. Thank you. But yeah. Uh, I do think that here is where we call stream though. We have the model exported. We'll do maybe some minor improvements here and there. But overall, I'm happy with how it turned out. It has the very much witch vibes that I was going for, and it definitely says mushroom. Eh. I still love the heart on the tongue. Thank you. We'll post the animation for this model uh, along with the quick build tomorrow at 12 p.m. EST. And now we'll be able to focus on getting some of the other stuff that we want ready. Uh, and by the way, thank you again. I would like to take this moment to say thank you to everyone who came by stream today. I greatly appreciate every single one of you, and I can't wait to see you all in future streams. This has been me making a cottagecore mushroom witch. And yeah, we'll probably play some WoW using this model for Thursday, and we'll play Warframe also. But we are now at 4 hours in, so it is time for us to log off and head. Well, I guess I would head off to bed, but I need to make the short real fast. So I will see you guys all later. Bye. Sweet dreams. Good night. Good afternoon. Good morning, depending on your time zone. And I will see you guys all 8:30 p.m. Thursday. EST.